And we're back. What were we working on? Trying out different corners. Didn't do the math for these yet. So, as we'd see, southeast. So obviously this is going to be north and west and north and east, but southeast is plus plus. In this case, do we need to start X off it set dealy? How about we use what we've already got in the cell itself, like if X equals less than, this is basically X equals less than the current cell's south min max dot X, right? And Z equals less than the current cell's east min max dot X, right? East min max dot X, yeah. So we don't need this start stuff. We already have the data available with what we're plugging into things here. So that will be a southeast corner. A southwest corner would be still X for the south, but they're actually reversed. South min max is on the Z axis. So we're looking at southwest. If south min max dot Z, if we're greater than that, and we're less than the west, now we're up here. If we do that, this is southeast. We're using the south corner. Like this. So now looking at this guy, we want the south side's maximum and the west side's minimum. So X, yeah, and these XZs are just min-max is what that means. And then the Z is now watching the west side. Likewise, if the X, now if we go to northwest, we're using the north and the west faces. So we switch to north here, And if x is greater than the north max and z is less than the west these are actually maxes, aren't they? West min, west max, in this case for northwest. Okay, so that's z. And then one more. If x is, I'm assuming this is going to be swapped to, yeah, the north's minimum and z equals, so these are a little different. Yeah, these should both be max, max. And this is going to switch to the east max, I believe. Did we update these? Looks like we did, northeast, but no. Okay, so southeast is just going to up the minimum for both of them. Southwest is going to take the south max and subtract 4. And we'll randomize the 4s here later. West is going to go forward. That's correct. North west, we're going to make the north max smaller, as well as the west max smaller. Northeast, we're going to make the north min smaller and the east max smaller. I meant bigger up there. So we should have 4 each. 4 pluses and 4 minuses. Looks good. Let us see what happens. And then we've got a 5 and a 6. That'll give us a chance for no corners. Or if we're in the very first cell, we'll get no corners. Or if we do want to, like I wrote down before I left for lunch, staircases are still causing some problems, but we can certainly get to that. Something happened there. It did not spawn the start room. So if x equals less than, yeah, this needs to be, these need to be set up right or nothing works. Southeast, if x is, this needs to be greater. No, that's right. If it's less than the south min max, or if it's greater than the max, here we've got greater than the max and less than the min. Let's just make sure those are all right. Yeah, those are all facing in the right direction. Okay. South, south, north, north. Likewise, east, west, west, east, west, west, east. Yeah, that all looks good. If the corner is 0, well, then it should skip all of that. If we're in the beginning, I don't think I set up the beginning. That's probably the problem. Generate room for the current cell. Does it do that? Room width, room depth, room height, generate room. Generate cell. Do I do generate cell for the first one? I do not. That's our problem. Generate cell does all of that. We need to add this stuff onto the starter cell manually. And yeah, that's fine. We just need to change the naming here. I think that will fix falling through the first bit. Otherwise it would have just been 0, 0 for both min and max. And end up just not drawing anything. Okay, so the start's fixed again. And now, okay, this room broke. This room looks good. A lot of rooms are breaking though. Looks like it must be only when there's a certain type of corner. I'm assuming that corridor didn't make it all the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the start again? There's the start. So what's going on? Corridor works here. This room just flat did not generate. That's gonna be room number 3. Right, we've got the entrance, goes to this guy, and goes over here. He's a west. He thinks he's 14 and 13. Let's look at his north min maxes and all of that. Let's see. His west min max did not align properly somehow. More importantly though, he didn't draw his room at all. What would cause that? The cell data was obviously prepared properly, so that generates cell. Now it takes us into generate room. And really, we don't need to do this like I was saying. Is there anybody still using that? Nope. We've got those built into our min maxes now. Oh, somebody was still using them there. Okay. For x equals... We don't really know which of those to grab, so maybe that is good to just leave those and then they can check. Yeah, because you do still want to loop through the whole thing, even if there's parts that you're ignoring. Start x and x. Now... So there's some way that this guy figured he could just continue everything. Because he just skipped it all. Never got to generate floor. But this is only for down, and he was not a down. He's a west. That's actually the next direction. But the next direction is north. His buddy didn't work either. So somehow these guys, I think, have caused a problem. So let's double check. South min, east, min. Less than and less than, continue. Should we put an else into these? There's no way to be less than both of those without corner being cut out. And I looked at these guys. Those all look good. It even looks like nothing was added, which is the weird part. Looks like he was one of the types that got no corners. So nothing was added or subtracted to, and yet still let's just keep looking at these. South max, if you're greater than the south max and less than the west min, continue, that's good. If you're greater than the north max, wait a second. The south min max is our z axis. This is our x-axis. So we've got these backwards, don't we? This should be z, 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 and x, 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 x. I believe, because we're looking at the east edge. Even though east to west is z, we're looking at the east edges min-max, which is on the x scale. Nope. That made stuff even worse. Okay, I'm going to try just turning these off for a second. And we can see all of our rooms generating properly. So this is pretty safe to say this is our problem. Continue. And that's just going to go to the next z. No floors, no ceiling, no. Should only be one of these, so we could do an else, but if the z, I want to swap these around now. I apologize, but stuff like that bothers me. Could just make a little dealy here. Computer's running kind of sluggish. What is the deal? %disk usage. Who is, knock it off. Who's doing what? Epic's game launcher? What are you doing? Just knock it off. City Skylines is free on Epic right now. I picked it up. Maybe it was trying to install that. Anyway, so I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do. My phone's blowing up. Yeah. Public. Public int min and public int max equals 0. And you know, it's the exact same thing. What's the matter? Cannot have instance initializers. Sure. You know, it's the exact same thing, just there's a lot of X's and Z's and stuff floating around. And yeah, I don't want to make that a struct just because I can't do initializers and stuff. Let's do class, and let's do public min-max. For your basic, and here we're going to do an int for the min and an int for the max, and just set min equals min and max equals max. These guys are now min maxes, which are part of the dungeon cell min max. How about let's go ahead and move that out. Dunce. That's funny. When did that get in there? Min max. So now this guy is going to be his minimum. This guy's going to be his maximum. Max. And this might seem like a waste of time, but sometimes it's really good just to make things a little easier to understand. Make sure that all your variables are acting as expected. one more. Okay, now back to what we were looking at. So now we can see min-max properly. Start X goes to end X. Yeah. Minus. That all looks good. Like I say, it works fine as long as these aren't there. So we want to assume that these are the problems. Likewise, the actual numbers for the cells were coming out properly. Let's go ahead and just generate one up so we can look at those while we work. Once again, looks like number 2 has failed us. 16 and 11, it's no longer showing us these because we didn't mark this as serializable. I would, in fact, please like to see those. Okay, that's our start. 2, and it probably didn't make it over to here, I think is what's going on. 417 to 18. 417 to 18. So once again, this looks like a no. Well, no, number 2 worked. And he's got a corner somewhere. 8 to 17 north. North is over there. Really? 8 to 17. South has 4 to 17. So yeah, we should have a northeast corner on this guy, which would be over here, but I'm not seeing one. Let's see. The center of 60 is right here. So that's 10, 20, 30. We've then got 10, 20, 30. Looks like the whole east side was cut off. Even though only the 4 and the 11 have changed. There's also a 15 here. Northeast. Northeast, south. 4 to 17. North, 8 to 17. East, 5 to 11. West, 5 to 15. So there's actually more changes than expected. If it was only northeast, the change between the minimums is understandable. No, okay, 5, 5, 11, yeah, so it's just the 4 and the 11. 4 and 11. Yet it seems to have taken that, and I'm doing something really stupid. Sorry if somebody's watching this and they're like, come on, man. These are ands. if X's current cells east min max min, if we're less than that, and we're less than the south min max min. Our X is less than our east min max minimum. That's no good. But only if our Z is also less than our south min-max minimum. Okay. Our west min-max minimum, if our X is less than our west min-max minimum, and the Z is larger than the south max, then that's no good either. If X equals greater than our west min-max max, and Z is greater than our north max, that's good. And if X is greater than our east max, and Z is less than our north min, then continue. Those all look good. What am I missing? Room 1 did not generate properly, and room 2 did not generate at all. Room 2, min, 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 max, max, max. Those numbers all look fine. Very strange. I'm missing something. Current cell min plus equals 4, max, min, max, min, max. Sometimes we subtract, sometimes we add. Start X is our, oh, okay. Hold on a second. This is using our actual, we're sending this, these are world grid coordinates. Okay. I'm treating this like it's local data, and it's not. So we want to get a local X. Local X is going to equal our current X minus the position.x minus the base X. Our local Z is going to be Z minus the base Z. And these are what we want to be looking at. Oops. Gonna have to type it out. Local X. And this is local Z. Let's try that. Doesn't look good. No, looks fine actually. That is just the camera. Drawing. Oh, yeah, we're going to need to do that too, huh? It's the camera, drawing. So yeah, well, we've got nice cornery. Some rooms now have corners in them, which isn't bad. Helps change things up a little bit. Right now we're setting them all to 4. And I do want to go ahead and, I mean, it doesn't matter. That's more, this just needs to be black, is all. I'm just going to do a quick push here. Working on corners. So right now we're arbitrarily doing 4, but let's do let's go ahead and say corner X equals get random, and we'll use our base X times 524 I'm going to use all of them. Base Y times 968. Just making these numbers up. Base Z times 657. And I want a random between, I want it to be at least 3. And then I want the max to be, I don't want to go over the middle ever. Definitely want to always leave I don't think it's very popular, yeah. I mean, some people really like it. I personally have absolutely no interest in it. I think it's pretty much just 2D. No, it is. They do have 3D for it. I mean, there's people that make games with it, so obviously it works. It's got visual scripting and whatnot. But in my serious opinion, everything is inferior to Unity. There's in-house engines that outperform Unity. The Unreal Engine probably outperforms Unity, but that's not important. That's not the number one thing that an engine needs. Usability and, can you actually make yourself a game with it from start to finish? And that includes getting help from other people, learning the interface, finding tutorials, good documentation, good tools available for you, stuff like that. And in that case, Unity is just way above everybody else. I would never recommend, personally, I would never recommend anything but Unity for 2D or 3D. Just the community and the tools and the tutorials and documentation and everything is just way better. If you're doing Battlefield 7 or something, they have their own specific hand-built engine that, is just fine-tuned to do exactly what they want it to do on purpose, and so in that case, it runs better than Unity. It looks better than Unity. But you're talking about multi-$100 million companies that are, you know, employing dozens of people just to work on their engine. So, yeah, I'm sure Godot is a viable option, but I would not recommend going anything other than Unity personally. And I want to do here cell size lateral divided by 2, which I'm making sure is an even number, and I'm going to do -1. Actually, I don't even need to do -1 because it will guarantee that it never actually gives me that number. So currently it's at 20. I'm going to do -1 anyway though, just to be safe. And I don't actually need the parentheses, but I'm going to put it there. So int corner x, do I need a z? What's going on here? Corner x. Yeah, whatever. Int corner z equals likewise something along those lines. And I'm just gonna swap these numbers around a little bit. Make sure we get a different result each time. And instead of the 4, let's see now. X, corner z. Probably doesn't actually matter where I put these, but let's just do it logically anyway. Our south edge is an north-south edges are on the z-axis. So this is going to be our corner z, corner z, corner z, corner z, and we'll make these ones to be corner x, corner x, corner x. So now we should be able to get some random sized corners showing up. And it might, where'd we go? There's that chain keeps showing up. I want to figure out what that is. So yeah, that's cool. Is that? No, we don't want to go the whole cell size. We want to go cell, current cell, what is it? Current cell, current cell, current cell, dot, x is going to be width divided by 2 minus 1. And that 2 is going to round us, so I'll go ahead and stick with that. Current cell dot room depth divided by 2. If I made this a float, it would not round it. I think it's actually going to floor it, so that's acceptable. Alright, so we've got a corner, we've got another corner, we've got another corner. More corners, corners. We're only allowing for a single corner right now. How about we do a roll for each corner? Some rooms will end up star-shaped, or what, cross-shaped. So I'm going to get rid of the else's here. So just add more variation to the shape of the dungeon. And I don't want to do that anymore. I do want this random. And maybe we should set up a variable for corner chance. let's just say 50% for right now. And so let's say if we want to do get chance. And do I have a 3 variable version of that? It's only a 3 variable version. Very good. If this equals less than or equal to our corner chance, then go ahead and do that. And we'll do the same thing for all of these. And just change their numbers up a little bit. So we'll make this a 3, a 4, and a 5. We'll make this a 4, 5, and a 6. And we'll make this a 2, 3, and a 4. Doesn't matter what you put in there as long as they're consistent. I would say less action, more sort of adventure crafting RPG. I'm trying to add more action into it right now. So that's kind of why maybe this stuff that I'm working on looks like that. So that looks better. Now we got varying sized rooms with little corners and everything's still attaching properly. I think we still want to add some walls into the middle. There's a staircase down that's working fine. Good, well. You can check out the game on YouTube. There's some Let's Play series and stuff, but it's very much about crafting tools and equipment to go out and gather resources and materials so that you can level up and craft better stuff, you know, which is kind of your basic RPG loop. But in Solace Crafting, every 5 kilometers is 1 tier. And so then after 5 kilometers, tier 2 ore will start dropping. And the animals will start dropping tier 2 hide and stuff like that. And then just tier 2, anything is stronger than tier 1. If you go out further, you get tier 3. And then eventually there's tier 4 and tier 5 and tier 6. And so some people have made it out to tier 10,000, you know. So it's kind of it's pretty based a lot on crafting. This is just a little test project I'm working in here to quickly compile. These guys don't actually know how to attack me or anything like that. Just working on some dungeon generation that I'm going to be plugging into game maybe as early as tomorrow. I'd really like to get into making some elemental planes, which honestly are going to be a lot easier because generating all these rooms and mazes and making them interesting and stuff, this is a lot more difficult than trying to create like you know, like a fire island surrounded by lava or something. You know, there you can just kind of throw stuff down and around, and you don't have to make sure everything's super connected and traversable and whatnot. So this is a little advanced, and there's still a number of things we want to do with this. We don't necessarily have to get everything in with the first iteration. Want to do traps and secrets and some things like that, but like I said, it doesn't have to be all 100% in the first time around. I buy most of them. I do have a girl and some guys that I pay money to make some stuff for me, but generally I buy stuff. These are some of the monsters I'm working with from 2 different packs I bought. I think each pack was $250. So these are some pretty quality stuff here. This dungeon pack that I'm working with that has these assets like this stuff, this was only $9. And I get like a discount because I'm a plus user or whatever, but you know, it's like $12 or something for these kind of assets, so you can get started pretty cheap. And it's just, I'm just terrible at 3D modeling and animation, so you can do it yourself too if you're good at it, or if you want to. I'm always kind of jealous of like RimWorld, you know, and just the graphics are garbage, you know, let's be honest. But it doesn't matter because the game is fun. And Minecraft's kind of like that, you know. The graphics are ugly. They're terrible. But the game is fun. That's way more important. So I wish that I made all of my own stuff, but I don't. I use what little money I have to buy what I can. It's always nice when there's a humble bundle deal too. Those come out about once or twice a year. I snag them up. Currently our corner walls are not building their pillars properly. They need to seal their corners. How are we going to get them to do that? When we cycle through looking to build walls, I wonder if we can just use the fact that our min-maxes are no longer the same as our width and our depth. This is when we're generating floors and ceilings. So we're already in here. We're already skipping. Maybe somewhere in here we can just go ahead and spawn those pillars by saying something like if the local x is equal to the min and the local z is equal to that, let's set up a spawn pillar method. How about generate wall? Let's say void generate pillars. Int x, int y, int z, int height. And let's do something like stone pillar. That's, I'm gonna have to create a new reference for that. I actually called that something else, didn't I? Stone pillar 1. I could just assume, but let's not. Dungeon builder, why are you open? Go away. So I'm gonna grab a reference to the stone pillar. I'm gonna spawn them here, and I'm actually gonna do this in a for loop for int I equals less than height. plus plus. And that's all good. Rotate. We don't need you to rotate. Set parent to whatever. Room parent. And generate pillars. I'm not going to be continuing. Can I use these? The X is safe. It's a global variable. We don't have a base Y. Oh, no, I do. Base Y. That's what this is right here, isn't it? Cell size, vertical. Current cell position. Yeah, just call base Y there for your generate floors. I'll probably do that again somewhere else. Position Y. Once again, that is base Y. Once again, that is just your good old base Y. Plus current room height for the ceilings, that's correct. And all of these guys can just be simplified as position. Went too far. Yeah. Just nice not to be re-referencing everything 100 times in a row. Okay, so generate pillars, X, base Y, Z, and then we're going to do a height of current cell, is it? Current cell dot room height. So 2 or 3 I would expect to spawn. And this is only going to be in the event of that one. Let's also double check the rest of them. And again, what are we doing here? If this is now equal to not gonna continue, we're gonna generate pillars. いいよ、大丈夫？金あげようか？気をつけて。本当だ。Bazy, what does that mean? Base Y. There you go. Uh-oh. Didn't assign our pillar. It got to the point where it was trying to make use of it though, so that's possibly promising. Now then, let's see. There's a pillar, but it's not where I wanted it. This one is where I wanted it, but they all spawned on themselves. This guy looks like some of them need to be rotated because they're right on that pivot point. This guy is, yeah, southeast, so he's correct. So first of all, y times y plus I times 3. And then we do need to give them a rotation. Int height, let's do float. Let's just do int rot. Which will show me who all is calling them. So this guy is again southeast, southwest, northwest, northwest, northeast. And that just helps in remembering what direction we need to rotate, though I get it wrong just about every time. Yeah, this guy needs 0. This guy, probably wrong, but we'll start with 90. This guy's definitely 180. But again, this guy is 270 or not. I honestly couldn't tell you. I'm going to now go.transform.rotate around. And I'm going to rotate around his position plus a new vector of 1.50, 1.5. We're going to be rotating using yeah, like that. I don't think I need to say that actually. Just rotate around the position plus that. And I'm going to, the axis is vector 3 dot down, and the rotation amount is rot. And do I need that second parentheses? I don't. What's he doing there? Okay, that should fix that. Um, 100% banana baby, and I just got done saying that to stop nut. Unreal is maybe a little bit more powerful than Unity, but when it comes to normal people making video games, I 100% recommend Unity over Unreal. The biggest reason being community and tools and tutorials. You know, if you have a master's in game design and you don't need anybody or anything, Unreal might be better choice for you. C++ is harder to use than C# in some ways, is a little bit more performant in some ways. You know, if you're super nerd, Unreal can be a better choice. But if you're just a normal person trying to make video games, like I am, I don't have any degrees or anything, Unity is absolutely the choice to make. And people argue that all the time, but it's really not worth arguing, because the Unity community is just a million times bigger than the Unreal community. And sure enough, I got those backwards. So this one is going to be 270. And this one is going to be 90. And I can recommend some really good Discord communities too. I'm in a bunch of Facebook groups and stuff too, but man, Facebook is not the place to look for help. See, now our pillars are generating nicely here to cover up our corners. But Discord has some really good active communities that people get in and help out a lot with. Okay, so this must be our end room, and he thinks that his next direction is down. So we need to mark the end room. We need to do a little bit more logic with our stairwells so that they don't cut out unnecessary stuff. This is all working good though. Let's go ahead and push once to version control. Random corners with pillars. Commit. And let's see. I kind of want to add, yeah, we better fix what's broken first. So, well, let's write down things we want to do. Staircase is still spawning stuff inside. I'll make this bigger so you guys can see what I'm writing. Corners can cause rooms with staircases in them to become untraversable. If the end room, boss room, has a staircase, end room, we don't need an if. The end room still cuts floors out if it determines the next direction as down. So let's do that first. I think I can just interrupt when I'm looping through the main path here, and I go to generate room, cell count. Is not being passed in there. You want to pass that somewhere. Is room down equals true? If dungeon cells.count is equal to cell count, is room down equals true? Wait a minute. This is dead end, isn't it? Wait, new direction equals null. It's dead end, right? Also, if we're in the last room, which we can't ever actually get to because we're doing less than, dungeon cells count. This is after adding it to it, okay. So we generate the cell, which gives us room width, all of that. That's safe. We add it, and then I'm going to mark it, and then when we get to generate room, next direction, yada yada. But if current cell is equal to current cell dot is dead end, and that's just not really how we want to do that. Let's say it's got yeah, let's just call it the boss room. Is boss room equals false. And then I'm going to say when we get to the main path creating its final cell, this is the boss room. And it's possible for it to loop on itself, in which case is it possible? What's the matter, kitty? You stuck or something? What are you doing? Probably freaking out at nothing. Hello. Why are you here? A lot of YouTube viewers today. Can you guys hear my cat freaking out? What's the matter? Is it possible for the main loop to branch into itself, hit a dead end, and then not roll down? direction equals new direction, if direction equals null, current cell dot dead end equals true. This is during the main path, that's during branches. Get direction, it is possible for it to loop back in and onto itself. Return null. Let's say for the main path, if it returns null, I'm thinking if null, go down, force down. I'm gonna go see what my cat's doing. I think one of my cats got stuck in my bedroom or something and the other one's freaking out. Yep. I was right. We've got 4 cats. They're all rescue cats. And our youngest is Tabby, the orange kitty. Come and see me. And Tabby loves Pearl, his older brother. He just follows him around all day. Sleeps on him and he licks him, and then if Pearl gets put into a room by accident and Tabby can't get to him, he freaks out. 'Cause he's just a little brother. That's what he does. He loves his older brother. Good kitties. Picked up Tabby in my garden. He was just a little baby. Don't know how he got here by himself. There were 2 more cats that came like 2 weeks later after him that were probably the same litter. One of them died on my porch. Well, it was almost dead. I took it to the hospital and they put it on sort of intensive care for like 3 days and then it died. It just didn't have any blood left from the fleas. I think we picked him up somehow by himself. And then there were the other 2 siblings were off on their own for whatever reason for like 2 weeks. And the stronger of them was like trying to protect probably the girl, but was just covered in fleas and just didn't have any blood left in their system. Couldn't even get like an IV in them. And then we tried to catch the last one with a trap net, but she got away. And once you scare them, she never came back. So we do have some strays out here. That one of them kind of looks like that cat, though. So hopefully she's out there eating rats, or I don't know what they eat around here. Sucks to be an outdoor cat, though, in the winter. So if we're not... I guess I can leave that there. If the dungeon cell count does not yet equal... We haven't added it yet, so we want to do cell count -1. And the new direction is equal to direction dot null. I want to go ahead and force new direction to equal direction down. And this will just ensure that the main path continues onward, because it could loop around on itself and hit a dead end and fail its random check because it just checks to see if it's going to go down by chance, which is noise based, of course. But so in the event of that, I'm just going to force it downwards. So we should never hit this. This is the main path. This should be completely unnecessary, but I'll leave it in there. I mean, sure, why not? I'll just leave it in there. We'll just say this is redundant, but whatever. It's not like it's gonna cost us performance or anything. So when we get to the last room now, we're gonna mark it as the boss room. So now when we go to generate this stuff here, generate room, how did I miss? Oh yeah, I was working on if this is the boss room, then there's some things we want to do. First of all, next direction equals direction dot null. And we probably don't want to add. I'm probably going to just have this called generate a special room for the boss room. But for now, we'll just leave it alone. So this way, at least it won't draw those holes in the bottom. It shouldn't. And we can go look at that. Well, that's a pretty low chance to see that anyway, but it shouldn't. We'll watch for it though. So that fixes this. Corners can cause rooms with staircases and then become intraversible. So in the event that the next direction is down, I don't want to do any of this. The entrance is probably accessible. It's only 2 offset, but let's see. These guys are doing room width divided by 2, which I'm pretty sure is going to floor that, and then -1, and then it's going to be minus another. So yeah, there's no way that it's gonna not work if the current direction is down. But if the yeah, the next direction doesn't matter, but if the current cell direction is equal to direction down, meaning we came from above, then I don't want you to draw any corners at all. And I also wanted to check and see if those pillars are drawing in the normal corners, because I don't need them. Pillars here. No, yeah, we set them up to only draw there, so that's fine. Let's go find some stairwells. Okay, yeah, so a stairwell has no corners. It's not allowed to build corners if it's building down. Stairwell down, the top of it. Oh, and that didn't work. There's a goblin spawned right there. He would drop. That would be alright, but that's another one of the problems that we have written down here. Corners can cause rooms with staircases. Okay, so that's fine. Staircase is still spawning stuff inside of it. Okay, so when we generate the room, like so, we are marking the floor as floor no matter what. And we don't want to do that. But if we mark it as null, then stuff's going to build walls around it. Might need to generate a new, could say occupied, but that's, yeah, I think that's fair. Occupied. Let's go with that. So floor, we're not going to do you there anymore. These are all ifs and elses. So if you generated a floor, then yeah, you're a floor. If you didn't generate a floor, then you are occupado. Likewise, if you're one of these guys, and that's only the ceilings, I actually want to cut down. If the current direction equals down, that's good for the ceilings. However, generate floor, that's all fine. I need a little bit of extra help in here though, before I determine if I can label this as floor. Label staircase bottoms as occupied. So if else if the current direction is down and it's basically this kind of stuff, but let's see, I think it's 4x4, and this isn't going to throw any errors, not that it would matter, but let's go look at the stairwell. The stairwell itself is a 4x4. Okay, so we just need to do, don't need to do 16 of those. Let's do if x is less than base x plus half size plus 2, 0, 1, 2. I think the 0 point is, yeah, I believe. Anyway, we can fine tune it in a moment. Is less than, and x equals greater than base x plus half size minus 2. Minus 2? See, that's where I'm confused. 0, 1, but this is greater than. I think the half size is, yeah, the pivot is right in the middle. That should take us here. So we only need, if we're less than 1, 2, which is good, but we want to be is greater than or equal to minus 1, minus 2, I believe. And z is less than base c plus half size plus 2, and z is greater than or equal to base z plus half size minus 2. In these cases, Oops. That's not where I wanted that. That stuff is all fine right there. It's this guy. Like so. If the current cell direction is down and all of that, I want you to set the area as occupied. So if occupied, else floor. So it's definitely getting marked as something. That's what we need to make sure of. In this case, we don't build ceilings. Okay, should be good. That time of day where the sun comes glaring in at me. Let's find a staircase down. And we should not have monsters spawning inside anymore. Looks like we don't. Very good. Once again, no corners in this room. Are there any other stairwells down? There should be another one somewhere. No, just one. Let's look at another one with our fancy regenerate button. That only works when we're not paused. And I'm still not deleting my goblins, which I need to fix that, but I don't like the last room ending up as being down, but that's not a huge problem. But in any case, we wanted to look inside and make sure that, yeah, there's nothing spawning in there. That looks good. And of course, nothing spawning on these 3 spots either. Okay to spawn next to them though. Messed that one up. How did that happen? Stop the ceilings if the direction equals, if the next direction equals down. If the next direction equals down, then it spawned for not currently a dead end, and the next direction is down. What does it matter if we're not a dead end? All that matters is if the next direction equals down. Did this get marked as both of those somehow? Why would it matter? That's an interesting branch. I don't think that is important. Why would it matter? If current cell is a dead end and it's going down. Oh, it's not a dead end and it's going down. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Dead ends can go down. If the next direction equals down. Or is this a branch? Did it build the main path and then try to build a branch and immediately go downward with the branch? New direction equals get direction. So yeah, that's possible, isn't it? Yeah, there's some pretty good sites for music. I actually pay for music from a team called Pixel Noise that I need to contact, actually. They messaged me yesterday. They're doing sound effects for me right now. Initially, the first music that I bought, I just bought off of the Unity Asset Store, which is fine. There is some decent music there, but it's kind of cheap. It's kind of cheesy. And then let's see. I think I have a good link here somewhere too. There's a there's some really good music sites as well. I'm looking at stockmusic.com right now. Don't think that's the one. I've created a few different music site accounts over the years. But some of them are just stupid expensive. Some of them are really good though. But you definitely gotta shop around for that. And it'll tell you, there's just some really cool site I bought music from once that it showed this song has been, licenses for this song have been purchased 6 times in the past. So it's like, okay, this hasn't been used a lot. And then like for some of them it was like 700 times. So you get kind of an idea of whether something's been used a lot or not. Music is one of those things that I was pretty sure needed its own, original touch. I'm going to close my curtains here. The sun's reaching that hour. That hour that it goes right in my face. But yeah, I've paid for original music for all of the music that's currently used in game. That's kind of the main focus of Patreon, actually. We have a Patreon account, and I use most of that money for music and 3D assets. I have a girl that does 3D stuff for me. So we got a branch that went down after the room generated the floors over its stairwell. Now, there's really no good way for me to go in there and grab those. I think I need to say let's say something like bool can go down equals true. So in almost all cases it's fine to go down, but in the case of a branch that has just started, let's say comma C is equal to 0, and if that is true, then I want you to say false. This is a shorthand if statement, so if C is equal to 0, that means we've just started a new branch. Don't let me go down. This room's already been paved over. I can't go downwards. If it's not, if we're already on step 2, that means we've moved off in a new direction. Then it's okay to go ahead and be able to go down. And if we're unable to find a direction at all, then we are a dead end. So get direction will now, if not found, return direction down. Blah, 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 get chance. If down chance, okay. If can go down. So it's just going to skip this whole thing if we cannot go down in that event. So that should prevent this from ever happening again. And staircase is no longer spawning stuff inside of it, so that's good. I live in Japan. I live in central Japan, so I'm like, you know, not a big city. I'm out in, and I always forget the words. Urban, rural, which one is correct? Urban, town, or city? What is rural? There's countryside, so yeah, I'm like suburban. Is that the right word? Suburban. Suburb, I guess I wanted to look up. An outlying district of a city, especially a residential one. Not. What's between suburb and urban? I don't know. There's if you go past where I live, it's just mountains for like 3 hours. And I've got mountains north, south, and west of me. If you go east for 3 hours, it's just a straight plateau all the way to Tokyo. But yeah, really, it's like one of the safest places in the world. Assuming, you know, what do they call the Atlantic Ring of Fire doesn't rip us apart. And you can see an active volcano from some of the bridges nearby. You can't see it from my house, but it's not a threat. It's good that it's active, because that means it's constantly releasing its pressure rather than building it up. What else do we want to do? I kind of want to add like some random pillars into the middle of these rooms. Like, not the pillars, but like walled off chunks to make them just more less static, so less squarey. The corners are good, but let's say, yeah, and this is not going to affect our corridor math, so we don't have to worry about that. Let's go ahead and push where we are. Forget what I changed, but you know, fixed some stuff. It's just a temp project, doesn't matter. And I can always look at what I did in the actual source files if I need to. When we generate a room, we're just looping through it. Here we're cutting corners and generating pillars. Otherwise, we are making floors and ceilings. So let's generate some spots. How do we want to do that? There's already a lot going on here. Giddy. been through. I basically just want to meow. What's the matter? Hey, come see me. Come up here. What are you doing? Come say hi. Hi. Nice kitty. Come here. This is Yumi-chan. Oh, she's a nice kitty, but she's kind of fussy. Yeah, she's kind of fussy. She's kind of fussy. She's a nice kitty. She's a biter. Yep, there she's biting me. Thank you for the bites. I believe I can just go ahead and set. We're not doing any checks. We're just doing. We're not checking the cell populated areas or anything like that. We could set up something like. Say we set up a double int 2 to mark, like I'm thinking of something like this, like we've got like a chunk inside of the room. It's kind of blocked off there. So we just want it to recognize if we've hit any of these numbers that have been predetermined as off limits, don't use them. And then the wall algorithm will automatically just build around that then. So let's see. We just need something to hold those numbers, which I'm thinking is like an origin and then a length and a width. This is almost like a vector 4. Is there an int 4? I can make an int 4. I can't let you sit in front of my keyboard though, kitty. I'm sorry. I need to type. Let's see. That's our corners. So let's start a new thing here to determine, what do you call them? Filled sections. If any, and is there any kind of an int 4? Don't think there is. Let's go make one. Int 3. And I have real versions of this in my actual project that are much more usable, meaning they can compare themselves against one another, yada yada yada. I believe W is the common fourth element. Int W, W equals W, and we'll have you do W equals plus W. Like that. Just your basic data holder. Oh, that's why Dungeon Builder was opened. Yeah, I don't want to carry that stuff over anyway, so that's fine. Int 4. Let's say, I don't know, sectioned area equals new int 4, and we want to do the x and the z, let's say, and I'm going to just forget that those are x, y, z in order. We're going to go x, z equals our starting position. So let's just pretend that we are going to ignore corners altogether, maybe? because the corners have a chance of getting pretty close to the center. Let's just say we don't know anything about that. These guys are just continuing anyway, so that's fine. The only problem we'll run into is generating pillars, but we'll handle that when we get there. So let's say we just make a random sectioned area dot x equals well, first of all, I don't want to do this if direction or next direction are down. If direction what is it? Current cell dot direction does not equal down, and next direction does not equal down, because we don't want to be messing up our staircases. But for this guy, let's say get random base x times 987 comma base y times 654 comma base z times 321, and then we want our minimum to be something like, let's say, we've got our half size already marked off, don't we? Half size minus what? Let's say half size minus half size divided by 2. Sure, that's not a bad idea. Half size divided by 2, and that'll automatically floor it for us. And then we're going to do half size, let's see, this is our start. This is going to be our origin, so we don't want it to be able to be all the way up in the corner. So let's just say half size plus 2 kind of thing. And then we'll do z equals something similar. We'll just move these numbers around a little. And likewise, that's fine. Now we're going to do y for, width or depth. Haven't determined which yet. Let's just say 111, 222, 333. Is that smart? 111 times 2 is 222, isn't it? Yeah, let's change those a little bit. Not that it matters. So our size random, let's say half size minimum of 2, maximum of half size, which currently is 10, which is actually 30 meters. So let's say half size minus 2. And we'll do the same for the W with just moving these numbers around a little. So this is our sectioned area, and let's say that we've also got a chance at that. Corner chance is 0.5. Section chance, let's say this guy is more like 0.75. Every once in a while you got one that's doesn't have a sectioned area, so we're not coming from above, we're not going down, and a get chance using, again, a whole bunch of random numbers. Base x times 147, comma, base y times 258, comma, base z times 369, is less than section chance. So we might even just skip over this completely with about a 25% chance. And this needs to be out here. And let's go ahead and make it null for starters. So if it's null, we're just going to ignore it. Here is our corner code. Here we'll do our section code. Let's see. 3 minutes to break time. Just about on time. And we're using local numbers for that. So once again, if local x is less, is greater than, well, first of all, if sectioned area does not equal null, and local x, wait, sectioned area dot x, yeah, I kind of like doing this better actually. And local area is greater than sectioned area dot x, and local x is less than sectioned area dot, I don't know, y, and local z is greater than sectioned area dot z, and local z is less than sectioned area dot w. In that case, what are we going to do? We're just going to continue. Yeah, we're just going to continue. Let's see what that does. Should have some spots. No? No spots? Section chance 0.75. My speakers are off again. And section 4 area equals null. If current cell direction does not equal down and the next direction does not equal down, and we get a chance that is less than the section chance, which means 75% chance. Wait. Half size minus some This is just cell size lateral divided by 2. But these are using the real numbers. No, but then we converted them back to be with our local numbers. So if the sectioned area does not equal null, it's been assigned, and someone's outside, it sounds like, probably my wife, maybe not. Local x. Oh, it's the gas lady. Well, I'm going to take a break and go get my receipt from the gas lady and go to the bathroom, and I'll be back in just 10 minutes or so. And I'm back. And what were we doing? I'm gonna put my gloves back on. It's starting to cool off again. With the sun, I can open my curtains again, but I'm not gonna, cause sun's not hitting us anymore. No real point in doing that. So, we're trying to get the section area. I think the numbers are off a little bit. We are using the local X though now, which should be giving us proper. And if our local X is greater than the X and less than the Y, of course that's not gonna work at all, because we need this to be sectioned area dot X plus some random number. And this needs to be sectioned area Z plus the random number. So let's try that again. So we've got our origin, and then we've got our total amount. And we want to see, oops. Of course, we don't want you to do that for, let's see, if current cell, yeah, like this guy here. Same thing, position X, position Z. You know, let's just add an is entrance instead of doing those silly checks. Public bool is entrance equals false. And when we make the first guy, we're going to go straight to current cell dot is entrance equals true. And when we go to generate him, we don't have to do this stuff. We can just say if he is, if the current cell is the entrance, or any of that. Don't do corners. Likewise, current direction's down. We're still allowing corners if the next direction is down, though. But we figured out that that's probably alright. Probably not with section areas, though. So if the current cell dot is entrance, or no, that's an and. If it's not the current entrance, and we didn't come from above, and we're not going down, and we pass the chance check, then and only then. Whoa. What's up, legendary shark? How you doing? I don't know why it clears my chat like that. Clears the chat every so often. Looks like I've been all alone all day. Let's see how that works. Where am I? Who's got... Okay, so yeah, here we go. This guy's got a big old chunk carved out of him now. Maybe a little too big. And 75% chance. So maybe a bit high. Got a cat fur or something. I was kind of imagining more like these guys here, with just kind of these random little extra pillars, not really a whole giant section carved out. Yeah, let's tone that down a little bit. I think the chance isn't too bad, but these are a little too big. Let's say 1 up to maybe 3. That would only be 2, so Yeah, and you know, maybe we want to do just like one or the other. Nah, it's alright. We'll do like that. 1 to 3, 1 to 3. And we could do multiple areas. You start sticking too much stuff in there though, and you create the potential for players to get stuck. You end up with a room that you just can't even get through. We're probably already at that point where if all of our corners get to the total max and this guy decides to go maximum right in the middle, we're currently doing 3 to half the room size minus 2. Half the room size minus 2 would only leave 4 in the middle, and this guy's only going 1 to 3. Yeah, we should be okay. See, I don't think I'm going to do multiples, but okay, the other thing we need to do is add our generate pillars to the edges of this guy. So, let's just go ahead and say we know that he's going to get generated, or do we want to do this kind of stuff? Probably want to just go ahead and generate it. I could put it down here like these. I guess so. Let's do it. So if the local x equals, well, we're already doing a continue there. Why did we put a, oh yeah. Right. Yeah. It's only gonna mark those areas off though. No, I guess that's fine. If the local x yeah, these are greater than and less than. They never actually get to them. So if the local x equals, and once again, this is all if. I'm just going to put it all inside of one of these. If section area does not equal null, and the local x is equal to the sectioned area dot x, and the local z is equal to sectioned area dot z, then we're going to build there. Likewise, and we might as well put else's on here because you're never going to run into more than one, and that just saves a nanosecond performance. Why not? If local x is equal to section area x, and now let's say local sec equals z plus section area dot w. And let's copy that, and we've got both of our x's now. So this guy's now going to be y, and y, whereas this guy is going to go ZW, ZW. And again, I don't know. X, 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 Y, Z, Y, W, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's going to be this way, but I seem to be getting it wrong every time. And that could be because I'm using down instead of up for my axis. For my axis, I don't know. I'm assuming up was the correct choice, but I chose down. So what are you going to do? Random pillars scattered about. Interesting. Not what we were going for. No tutorials followed here. I'm just doing this all from scratch. Oh, and I don't like that wall. You're not supposed to be there, sir. How did you get in there? Let's peek at you. Generate corridor. You, sir, are coming from over there, which means you are heading west. You are a westbound and I've done this kind of stuff before. I'm big into procedural generation, so I love doing this. Like I said earlier, a dungeon is actually way more difficult than some of the astral planes and stuff that I want to get into, because then you're just like making an island and like plopping stuff down on it, and you know, you might control some like spaces where there's lava that you can't go through, so that the player has to go over here. So it's still kind of a room guided thing, and you want to have a boss area, but an enclosed system like this that you have to connect and manage, and like I say, this corridor is only 2 high, but for some reason he built another 3rd layer of walls. There's just lots of little stuff that can go wrong, and a lot more difficult than building islands. What's the matter, kitty? So that guy we determined was going west. That's not where that actually happens though. That's during the walls. We're not north door, we're not east door, we're not south door, we're not west door. In his case, x minus 1 is proven to be x minus 1, x does not equal 0, and x minus 1 equals null. I does not equal 0. What is I? That's our cell count. I does not equal 0, or I does not equal 0, or z does not equal cell size lateral divided by 2. Where does that come from? Cell size lateral divided by 2. Why would that matter? Stopping the first 2 walls of cell 0 for the entrance to spawn. Z does not equal cell size lateral divided by 2. I think this needs to be encapsulated is what I was going for there. Because yeah. Or y does not equal 0 and y does not equal 1. And current area equals floor, or if it's a current hold on. If we're a floor, that's fine. If we are a corridor and we are less than or equal to 1, that's fine. We should definitely be a corridor. But is one of these also triggering? Or y does not equal 0 and y does not equal 1? Yeah, this is all supposed to be encapsulated. What's the matter, cat? Beep-chan, do-san. Huh? What's the matter? He's gonna jump up. You gonna do it? Big jump. Nice. Not supposed to be up there, but good jump. That's the Kamidana, where the god of the house, or the gods, can come to visit the house, as far as Japanese culture is concerned. Probably not the best place for cats, but Pee-Pee is a pretty good jumper. So I believe that this all is supposed to be encapsulated. If I does not equal 0, that means we're not in the starting area. Or Z does not equal cell size. Or yeah, that's just kind of silly. Y does not equal 0 and Y does not equal 1. I believe that this is entirely just for the entrance math there. That's why it only exists here and everybody else is the same. So I'm going to encapsulate that, and I think that that will fix this stuff. Anyway, what was I working on? Yeah, I'm working on these pillars, and the pillars are not being assigned properly. Are they just being... No, they're just ending up all over the place. So I'm going to close this once and open it up again, because I got so many changes I can't tell what I'm actually working on anymore. Generate room section code. Here we go. So the section works if the section area is not null and the local x is equal to sectioned area x. Yeah, this is all local numbers. Oh, I probably didn't. Yeah, we want to do local x. No. Yeah, what? Wait. Yeah. No. X. X is right there. Right? X base Y, Z, current room height, 0. Yeah, that's all good. If the local x equals sectioned area x and the local z equals sectioned area z, let's just do that one first. So this is supposed to be our beginning pillar, the origin of our section. I got pillars all over the place. Let's stay near the start though. No sections. There's some random pillars, but there's no section in here. So here's a section, and he's got a pillar that's just not in the right spot. But that kind of makes sense because the origin is always, I try to keep things at this end of the, axes. So he should actually be the one that's rotating 180 degrees. Assuming that was in the right position. So let's double check that. See if he was actually loading properly there. There's this random ones that show up sometimes. I don't know what the deal is with that yet. But okay, here we go. We got a section, and okay, he's got one pillar that's properly placed on him. like so. That's very nice. That also creates a spot for things to spawn on the walls. Let's undo one of you, and let's see, this is local X, and then local Z is equal to the Z. No, yeah, we added that, so it just should be like that. That's what's going on here. Don't need to add those together. ZW, ZW, XX, YY. Looks good. It's all just numbers. Currently I'm running it at, what was it? 15, and this isn't per floor. I need to change that. It runs a main path of 15 rooms, and each one is contained within a cell that's 20, which is 20 grid units. That means times 3 meters. So possible 60 meters, but it always keeps away from the edges to make sure that there's enough room to build the corridors. I might get a bug here, but so it's pretty big. It might be too big. We can turn it down if need be. But I got a handy regen button. I paused it though, didn't I? So, and I don't have it set up to despawn the monsters yet, but it's pretty nice so far. Still working out these pillars. That one looks good. These ones do not look good. And I didn't, yeah, that's what I was doing. Need to mess with, and I have the lighting turned off, of course. It actually looks like this, more or less. Goblins and stuff running around. Haven't gotten to traps yet. And we do plan, once I get this in, I'm going to make a craftable scroll that will teleport you out of the dungeon. Because that's something we've needed in caves for a long time. So, as long as you've got it, it's not automatic that you have it. But if you craft and get ready to go dungeon diving, you can have an emergency escape scroll. So if you get lost, you get frustrated, or you're about to die. And we don't have cast time either. We don't have casting time on anything. Maybe you have to read the scroll for 10 seconds without getting hit kind of stuff. That might be a good opportunity to implement that kind of a system. You can't just click it in the middle of combat and teleport out. So I believe these rotations are just a little off. We know this one's wrong. He's probably 0. And let's see. Yeah, this is the southwest. This is the south. No, this is southeast. This is southwest. So he wants to go just 90 degrees or 27. I don't know which is the way. This guy does not want to be churned. Yeah, so these, I get these backwards a lot, but the 180 and the 0 should be correct. So we can take another look and see. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I hadn't thought of that. That sounds like that would be more fun than not, though. How come there's no section but there's pillars here? That's confusing me. Here we've got sections, but as expected, these two numbers are probably in reverse. Could certainly do that, just if anything triggers it, it goes off. Whether that's a good guy or a bad guy. Oh, now I messed everything up. No, that wasn't right. This guy works fine. This guy is actually gonna end up... Yeah, we were better off than we were. Hold on a sec. What's going on here? Do I have vision of the section data? I'm pretty sure I don't. I got the min-maxes. I'm not storing the sections though. What's going on here? This is the actual point that it finds. And then this is going to be the next point. Right. These are doing less than and greater than. Yeah, traps being able to hurt monsters does sound like a lot more fun than not. Question becomes, do you get experience for that? And I would have to say probably not. Unless they were chasing you. I guess, yeah, we could do a check. If they had you targeted, they were running at you, and then a trap killed them, then you'd get the experience. Because I could see him just wandering around into traps and getting killed. And you'd just come stumbling across dead monsters like, hey, I want some experience. Generate pillars. What's going on here? Is there a way that I can name these? I guess I can look at their rotation, of course. This guy is at 0, that guy's at 0. How come these guys are all at 0? That guy's at 270. This guy's the 180. Oh. That's the 180? Wait a second. Yeah, no, that's the 180. And this guy should be 0. How come this guy's not 0? He's 270. That's supposed to be... Let's see. Local x equals section area dot y. Am I just getting these backwards? X and y, z and w, right? So it's equal to the y and yeah, that's not right. This should be the w. And then this is the other z. X, X, Y, Y, Z, W, W, Z. Still, that's not... It's not going to fix all of them, but it's going to make it better. And I should really stop using different seeds every time. Okay, so... Yeah, now these guys are just backwards, is that it? 90 and 270. Whoa. Now the question remains, what's up with those pillars spawning sometimes with no section? Which isn't bad, we can call it a feature. Okay, that's how we want that. So, no more holes in the wall, corners around these random sections. And that also makes a great opportunity for secret rooms later on, I think. Better to have them contained within than, you know, and there could be like a branch that's a secret branch too. Alright, one thing that I do need to do is to get the goblins to be on some kind of a parent. Let's do it down here. Yeah. Generate gets called every time. If monster parent does not equal null, destroy monster parent. That'll get rid of the old ones, and then we want to do one of these. Regenerating. Whatever, same thing. Generate monster parent equals new transform. This is just somewhere to put stuff on it when we spawn it, which is going on down here. Set parent dot monster parent. Now whenever we regenerate, those guys will go away. Let's also add some functionality for, we've got a regenerate button, but let's do random seed, and let's say if we don't do a random seed, this is if random seed that. Otherwise, let's just set it to 1337, which I believe is its base noise that it defaults to anyway, but so we'll keep it at the same seed if we want to, and that should allow us to look at the dungeon, click regenerate, and actually get the same. Oh, right, yeah, well, it did work. It's just that monster can't actually destroy the transform. You have to do the game object. Let's double check that again just for shits and giggles. Looking at scene, clicking on regen, and yeah, we're getting the same thing every time. Monsters all spawning in the same spot. This is C#. Entrance clone is not getting destroyed. C#. Somewhat similar to C++, somewhat different. Dungeon generator, where is generate insurance? Insurance. Where is that? Current cells, entrance. What was the prefab for that? Or did I do that during decoration? Oh, there you go. Entrance prefab down at the bottom. He needs to go onto something better than that. Decoration parent. Whatever, doesn't matter. C++ requires strict memory management, where C# does not, which is really, really cool, because that can be a very difficult subject. It's just like this whole profession built into a profession that you have to learn and understand if you want to learn C++. Regen. I'm on pause, so it's not gonna. Nothing duplicating, right? We still got this chain. Where's that chain coming from? Who are you, sir? And why do you exist? Find chain. Game object go equals instantiate chain. Why did I? Oh, I was looking at the rotate. That's right. I forgot about that. Okay, he's done. Yeah. You know, mine's a big game, so this is what like a programmer in a company would be doing. There's lots of different professions within game development, you know. I'm an indie dev, so I have to do it all, but that still means kind of like 85% programming. If you're an artist, of course, you're not doing the programming necessarily, but it's the code that makes the game do everything. So it's really the heart and soul and bones and blood and all of the game. C++ is widely used in larger companies that use custom engines and or Unreal. Unity is also now very popular. I believe in numbers, it's the most widely used and most, even in published games, engine. And it uses C#. But if you learn one or the other, you can learn the other one pretty quickly. They're mostly the same. What else do I want to do here? I'd kind of like to plug this into the game, to be honest, because that's a whole can of worms right there. I guess, though, we don't have any loot yet. We could do treasure chests, we could do traps, we could do a boss at the end. What's a good next step? Traps are kinda trivial. It's gonna be fun and cool, but not something we need to add right away. Loot, we do need to, and it's probably a boss fight too. So we've got our branching stuff. Dungeon generator AI is the one spawning monsters on unoccupied spaces. How about we have him look for dead ends, which we are assigning not only to the ends of our branches, Yeah, the boss room gets its own. Is dead end. So I just clicked duplicate. Yeah, this is redundant for the main path, but whatever. If we get to the end of a branch, we get a dead end. We don't necessarily have to build. Let's find a dead end. Well, and we've still got these random pillars to fix. That's true. You know, and like I say, that's not. I mean, so there's some pillars. Big deal. And I bet I know what's happening. You're in there twice, aren't you? Yeah, you are. One of yous is ending up as 0 somehow, aren't you? Where are we doing that? Down here. 1 to 4. No, I bet it's, yeah, this is supposed to be the length. 1 to 4. If it's 1 sectioned area X plus, should be able to get at least 1 there. I was thinking it, I mean, it looks like it's got no depth. Somehow it rolled a 0. And it just drew a line, but wasn't able to actually open up any objects. But our random should return 1 to 3. X, Z plus a random, which is get noise plus 1 divided by 2. Times the range plus the minimum, which is 4 minus 1, so that's 1 becomes 3. We add the 1, so it's now it moves from 1 to 3, and then it moves from 1 to 3 to 2 to 4. No, 0 to 1, from 0 to 3, then it goes 1 to 0 to 2, 0 to 1, 0 to 3, yeah, but it never actually gets the maximum. Floor to int, max minus 1. Am I messing it up with this? Min max minus 1. The only reason we do that is because it should be nearly impossible for the value to ever actually reach the maximum, and we just want to make sure that we know that it never actually did this. So that should be fine. Min max minus 1. One to 4, that should give us 1 to 3, never 0. And if we get 1, we're going to get sectioned area X plus 1. Or sectioned area Z plus at least 1. That's weird. Let's just debug that out. Debug.log section area dot to string. See who's being weird. I'm pretty sure I made a string there. I did. One of you guys is being weird. And anyway, what I was thinking about was branches. So like this is a branch. the main path went down, but then we got a branch that goes over here. That's a cool little section there. So I think we should spawn a champion and a treasure chest in here with like medium loot. And then when we follow the path all the way down, there's another branch. Or is this the branch? In any case, when we reach the end, we have a boss room. And we make the boss room bigger, and let's make, right. I'm not sure. Let's fix the pillars, and then let's make a boss room. We customized our entrance so that it looks like this. We've got our staircase down so we can go back up and stuff. Let's customize a boss room as well. So here we've got 6 to 7, 8 to 10, 8 to 10, 11 to 11. So that's not okay. But how does that happen? W equals Z plus 1 to 4, which is actually 1 to 3. You shouldn't be able to get a 0 there. It's weird. But it looks like it did. Or no, I'm sorry. That's Y and W. Those don't matter. We're looking at X and Y is one pair, and then Z and W is another pair. So, good. 8, 9, 8, 10, 6, 8, 8, 9. I mean, it should be impossible, and it's not doing it here. So, it's not this. It's something to do with this stuff here. Yeah, and this needs to be less than equal, doesn't it? Because if we only go +1, then we're never actually going to move. And if we do that, then our pillars are going to be off-centered. Less than or equal. How about we don't do that, and we say that this has a minimum of 2, and this is already a 3, but that means that we're doing less than, so it's actually only a 2, so we'll go ahead and bump that one up 2. Just because we're not, this could result in a net 0. So that'll fix that. Then what we want to do is we want to generate our boss room. So, when we hit the last room, we hit is boss room equals true. Then we call generate room on it, and we do all of this fun stuff, which is corners and sections. And then we add floors and ceilings and a stairwell if we need to. So we're not going to need any of that for the boss room. How about we say if current cell dot is boss room, we go ahead and just do generate boss room and return. So we're not going to run any of this because it's all, we're already trying to fix stuff here, so we don't need that anymore. Any other mentions of boss room? I don't think so. No. So we can get rid of that. And now I'm going to copy this and do like so, and I'm pretty sure we need that. Don't need that. We'll be using all of this probably. Start X, start Z, and Z. We'll be using that. We don't need corners unless, we could specify corners. Yeah. Yeah. I would like to set up some custom rooms too for the dungeons, like have like a walkway across sort of a chasm. Can you not build on a floating island? I thought you could. You should be able to. And you should be able to build in these too, which is kind of silly, but there's not anything specifically in the code right now that's going to prevent someone from trying to start building inside of a dungeon. Which might mean I have to tell the monsters to be able to attack buildings, which I think I currently have turned off. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to making lava plane for starters. I got some good lava monsters. Ooh, I messed my resolution up. I meant to look at that too. Somebody said, I'm getting sidetracked here, but somebody said they broke their settings, and I think it's if you don't click anything and you click apply, then yeah, it crashes. Yeah, I need to fix that. And then it becomes a 1x1 window. Look at this. It's just stupid. That's silly. And I thought I added a catch for that as well, but it's obviously not working. We can, of course, repair that. I believe it's on my C drive. Steam apps, nope. Common, nope. Where is it? Steam apps, common, nope. Too many hard drives. Solace Crafting command, Solace Crafting.exe, screen width 800, screen height 600. You can force fix that, but it probably wasn't saving properly in like an older version, but it's always been meant to be allowed. I should have gone to one of my own saves. I don't know if there's any floating island saves in this. Am I at a Solace? I'm not. I'm pretty sure you can. I don't know. Does anybody have... This is the multiplayer server. Doubt it. Snow... Glorious Swamp. What is that? Edge of the World. No, let me go look at my own. I think it's Beta World that I used for most of my testing. And I've got some saved Solaces at different places. Am I at one of them? No, I'm not. I believe I have floating beneath floating island. Let's teleport straight to it and see if it breaks. Yeah, that looks, oh no, yeah, okay, we're fine. Yeah, so here's some buildings that I built on my blindingly bright. Need to control the weather up here manually, so the fog churns way up. It is kind of nice being able to see. Well, there you can see the starting area hasn't despawned yet. Actually looks like it's having trouble figuring out what to do. It's not running the loop. Because I went straight to it, huh? It should at least load the small terrains. Even when I'm up here. Though it clearly wasn't. But yeah, anyway, you should be able to. I wrote those a long time ago. I really liked writing. I actually studied fiction in college and would love to write more about them. I'm not sure I can still squeeze that same story into what the game has become, though. I'm probably gonna have to rewrite things a bit extensively. But I would love to get into writing the lore when we get closer to 1.0. If the current cell is the entrance, what are we doing here? Generate room. Weren't we looking at... Oh, I just didn't rename it. This is generate boss room. I do think we want all of that. We could manually add corners, which, you know, might not be such a bad idea. Just make them uniformly kind of all sticking in. That would look better than totally square, I think. Let's do that. And not use any of this stuff. And just straight up give them like 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, oops, 3, 3, 3. So yeah. Before we get to this, we actually get generate room called. If current generate boss room, current cell. Yeah, we get generate cell called before we get generate room called. But we don't get it labeled as is boss room until down here. Current cell equals generate cell, and this is going to do all of that. I could just redo all of that. Or what? Room width? Yeah, why not? Let's just not, you know. Let's just handle all of that ourselves. We'll change all of this to current cell, but basically we're not going to do any view. I don't actually care about you. Room width, let's see. Max room size? No, what do we have for those? Cell size is what it is. Cell lateral size -2, I guess is good. Height, Let's go straight for 3. Yeah. Direction doesn't matter, does it? Where'd new direction come from? Oh no, that's the already getting set up, so we don't need to override that. And again, this is all called current cell. And these guys, basically they're just all cell size -2, right? Yeah, dungeon sounds. I'm sure there's a lot of dungeon sounds I can get my hands on if I don't already own. I've got quite a few, not quite a few, but I've got a couple of large libraries of sounds. I can just have it like randomly play some, like water drops and screams and stuff, make the dungeon sound dungeony. That does add a lot to the atmosphere, definitely. Still gotta get particle effects on the fiery things too, like torches and whatnot. I mean, this works fine. Really, I'm just doing, the minimum is minimum's just 1, right? Divided by 2. Just 10 minus floor to int divided by 2, which is, oh, okay, well, you can't do, yeah, I don't care about any of this stuff. I'm just gonna do 2, and cell size lateral -2, for all of these. Because we're just gonna make a big square. And then we'll probably want to generate that stuff. Determine if any a corner to indent. We are going to do that for all of these. We don't need to check. We're not the entrance. We're not down. We're not blah blah blah. We don't want any sections, I think. We'll go ahead and just get rid of that. And this is the corner code, which we do want. This is the section code, which we do not want. That is the staircase code, which we don't want. It's going to go ahead then and generate, assuming we're not on a corner, generate a floor. Label staircase bottoms is occupied, not necessary. We can just label everything as floor. Stop ceilings from spawning, not gonna do that either. Go ahead and just generate ceiling. And no stairwell. So let's see if that worked and what it looks like. Find our boss room. And I think that this guy is going to be our boss. And I'm going to have different, I think I'm going to have it roll for different groups of monsters. So there will be a goblin dungeon with these guys, and then there will be an undead dungeon with these guys, and maybe change some of the stuff that spawns along with them. So let's say this is our boss room, isn't it? Okay. So what do we want to add in here? Right now it's just spawning a bunch of random stuff. How about, what do we want? What do we want? I've got some pillory things that I built. Where did those go? Kind of like this. We could put some mounds, like 4 fat pillars in the middle. Probably want a throne and some things. Let's do some, I would like for it to go right into the middle too, if it can. Let's see. Can we figure out, generate corridor, cell equals dungeon. Let's say we don't know where we came from, but in any case, if, let's say if current, no, what is it, cell dot is boss room, and in this case we want Z position. If we're the boss room, Z position equals just cell size lateral divided by 2. And likewise down here, except now it's X position, cell size lateral divided by 2. Just to have it walk into the center of the boss room. What happened? I broke it. I broke it. X position equals cell size lateral divided by 2. Why is that not okay? If I equals 1, Z position equals cell size lateral divided by 2. You're already doing it right there. What's the problem? If I equals 0, we don't do that over there. X position equals cell size lateral divided by 2. And yet, you consider that blew one of my ears out. You don't consider that acceptable. Why is that? I'm assuming it's because of the X position. My voice sounds really weird now. X position minus cell position dot X. I guess because yeah, we're using actual positions, aren't we? So it's actually this cell position X plus this guy. Likewise up here, Z position equals cell position dot Z. Should do that. Okaerinasai. And it did move the corridor, but it didn't move the doors. Whoops. Hi, kitty. Imano? Imano? Tantino? Yoru do su no? Kare? Oishou jian. Ah, あれか. Present from my wife. That's a big slab of butter. Oh, yeah. Very tasty. Too bad the bread is so hard that when you bite into it, I mean, I shouldn't complain. A hard bread is far preferable to a soft bread in this situation, but you bite into it and the butter and bean paste goes all over the place. So the doors aren't reaching their position properly. Did we? They're getting set ahead of time, so we need to move this up to something like this. And why don't we just turn the calculation off in the event that we are in the boss room, like we have done so here. Let's do an else, like so. And this is actually, let's do this as well. Else, if, else. There we go. Only need one of those. And likewise, we need to move, that was the top. We need to move the bottom one up as well. Cookies in Japan are really just not that good. My family runs the Rocket Bakery chain in Eastern Washington, and they make some good cookies, you know, like seasonal sugar cookies, cinnamon oatmeal cookies, and like all that good stuff. Japan just doesn't know how to make cookies. Like once in a while I'll get a cookie from Starbucks that's tasty, but you know, there's just something about them. I don't know. The flour is too fine ground or something. Just doesn't do it for me. Else. They're kind of wussy. I feel like I want to say. Their cookies are kind of wussy. And that fixed the doors. And we might even put like a lever here. We'll put some grates down there. So we got a boss room, still just spawning stuff at random. Let's go to ye old decoration tab. And let's say decorate stuff. Generate decoration. And we're already skipping the entrance, but let's say if dungeon cell equals get cell, if cell dot is boss room, let's go custom. Decorate boss room. And don't do any of that. Now I'm going to create a decorate boss room. Whatever. Decorate boss room. And I'm going to pass dungeon cell straight into it. Now, we can go ahead and keep that stuff, but we're not going to cycle through like that. I mean, if we don't do anything at random, every boss room is going to look the exact same. And I don't think that we want to do that. But let's, before we go through and do our random stuff, let's add some custom bits. So, like we did, decorate starter cell. See, we did this one here. Did some custom generation. So that's what I want to do for the boss room prior to giving anything a chance to go ahead and go. And midpoint. How did we define the boss room? Where was it? Down here. Cell size lateral -2. 2 minus 2, so... And then we know where the... Yeah, we can just fix any of this if it gets positioned funky. So that's... I just want to make sure that the cell dot... whatever I'm doing here, let's say base x plus whatever, base y plus whatever, and my base z plus whatever. Just want to make sure that those areas then get labeled, what are they called? Populated areas at, I have to find the local for each one of those, don't I? That's assuming that I do this kind of stuff. So let's just, let's see, how to do that. These are world numbers, and I want to find the local number. I guess it's really just minus this is all. Do I want to write a method to grab that for me since I'm going to be doing it a bunch? For example, let's say, what is this, base x plus 1, and I need it to adjust that with this minus cell dot position x, and then I also need to do the same thing with the base z plus 1 minus the same thing except for z, and I don't want to have to write that out every time, so I was thinking of making some kind of method to do that. Equals area type occupied. In the event that, I mean, I don't need that for high decorations, but I do for low decorations. How's about we do void occupy space And we'll do dungeon cell, so we'll pass in the boss cell, and we'll give it the position that we're talking about, and then it will just do that for us. X minus and Z minus. That way all I have to do is call occupy space cell dot base x plus 1 and base z plus 1. That's a lot easier. Always want to aim for easy. So anyway, these are banners. I'm going to go with the other banners, the longer banners, and I want them to grow. Of course, we don't know what direction we're facing, do we? That complicates things. Little kitten, what to do, what to do. Could be coming in from the west, could be coming in from the north. Oh, big kitty. I can just generate a bunch of positions and then rotate them based on the direction before applying them. Say we're hoping to make this a uniform room in any case. Yeah, that should be fine. So we don't want to go straight to generation. It's a nice kitty. We want to generate a data set first and then alter it based on our direction. So the data set needs to contain a position and a type and maybe the rotation as well. Since we're assuming we know what direction wall we're placing this on. Is that the scritch point? I'm getting there for you, kitty. Licking my fingers. Is that the scritch point? Let me know when you've had enough so I can get back to work. We all know you're the boss. Where you gonna sit? I'm thinking maybe we make a list of int 4s here. We could do a custom class. Want to spawns equals new list. And say, for example, we want to spawns dot add a new int 4 that's at, so we've got, base x, and this is our corner, is the base x. So say we do base x plus, dungeon generator dot lateral size divided by 2. to go ahead and say int cell size equals dungeon generator dot cell size lateral, just to make things a little easier. Cell size divided by 2. And let's go ahead and, as we have done in the past, make a half size equals cell size divided by 2, because that's really what we just wanted here. Base x plus half size kind of want to just make a center point, really. Center x, int center x equals half size, let's see, base x plus half size. And then we can do a center z, which is the base z plus half size. So now I can do center x, and let's just say like -2. And then we'll do center z -2. And then this is going to be our rotation, which we're going to leave at 0 for this guy. And we're going to do... I can't see, cat's in the way. I wanted to do... let's say candle pillar, which is what? Number 2? So, number 2. And then I can just go like this, and let's do minus, plus, plus, and we'll do plus, plus. That should create a ring of candle thingies. And let's actually go further than that to do... Let's say that x is the same, like so, and then we do actually a -4 and a -6, and we do a, yeah, these guys are plus as well. And we do a -4 and a -6. So we'll get a line of these things for testing, and then what we want to do is switch cell dot direction. Now in the case of direction north, that means that we came from the north. That means we want to rotate everything 180 degrees. In the case that we came from the east, we want to what? The air island teleporter should destroy itself if it is in water, causing the island not to generate. I believe. I can look into that though if you want. There may be underwater ice teleporters. It wouldn't be intentional though. We still don't have breathing potions, and I've been meaning to get that in for so long. It's been a long time since I made a potion. Arcanius came in here the other day, said he was going to get started on making a bunch of items. It'd be really cool if he came up with a bunch of stuff for me to plug in. If we're coming from the east, let's see. We came from the north. Yeah, when we come from the south, let's just get that going first. Northeast, south, direction south. This is our rotate 0. We can just break. Case direction dot west. However, see, now I always get these mixed up, which is which. We come in from the south, we don't need to rotate. If we come in from the east, we need to rotate 90. I'm thinking clockwise just for reference, which I believe is up, but whatever. Here we need to rotate 270. Which means if we're rotating 180, we just want to invert the x and the z. So for int I equals 0, I equals less than, want to spawns dot count I plus plus. Want to spawns equals new. No, that's not what I meant. Want to spawns. Let's, well, yeah. Int 4 equals want to spawns I. Let's grab it first. I'll just call it spawn. And then the spawn is now going to equal a new int 4 using the spawn x, but actually 0 minus spawn x and 0 minus spawn dot z, as well as the rotation will need to be shifted. So it's spawn dot y. Well, this is actually going to be putting in x, y, z, isn't it? X, y, z, w. Okay, so this is y. That's going to confuse me later. This is z minus 180. And this remains the same, w. So we're going to go through them and we're going to rotate their positions and directions. If we go east, we're trying to rotate 90 degrees. Kitty, can I use my mouse, please? 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 Yeah, you sit on my lap. Go ahead. Let's say we've got our grid and we've got something over here that we want to rotate 90 degrees so that now it's over here. The z is going to become the opposite of the x. And these guys need to be, I mean, what's the point of that? 0 minus? That's not how that works. Hold on. I'm bad at math. If it needs to go over here, then let's say x18, I don't know what is this, z18 becomes x18. I don't need that 0 minus stuff. Spawn z, spawn x, right? In this case, the x was, say, 5. Now it'll be x was 5. Now z5 would not be correct. X was 5. X is now the max minus what it was. Is that how we want to do that? I mean, I could spawn all of this crap and then just rotate it. That's certainly one way to do it. I'm trying to be smart about it, though. Maybe digging myself into a hole. If it's 5 at this point, it's going to be the max minus 5 at this point. If it's z whatever at this point, it's going to be z minus. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, okay, spawn x. Let's do what? Cell size minus spawn x. And then this guy is cell size minus spawn z. Y, sorry. Now, if we're rotating to the east, x5 is now changing to this z. X5 is changing to the z, the actual z. So this is just going to go straight up to spawn y, which is our z. The z, wait, that was x, right? x5 is now going to go over here, yeah. Z was big, is now going to turn into our x minus the max, right? Cell size minus spawn x. And then this guy is going to be minus 90, maybe. And I'm going to have to double check those. Spawn W stays the same. If we're going south, we're fine. Just leave it. There's just so many ways to go about things that I get torn easily. If we're going west, let's see, south, what was normal? South, coming in from the south is normal. If we're coming in from the west, what should be over here, south should be over here, now it should be over here. I got that backwards, didn't I? East, well, I mean, that's 90 degrees. Yeah, I mean, east or west, one of these is going to be backwards, and we're going to have to just figure out which is which. But, for example, if I want to end up over here, the x is now going to turn into the whatever minus z. Cell size minus z. Cell size minus the y, yeah. And the z position is going to change from big this guy to what is this? X. That's just straight up X. And then I think he's at 270, but again, probably wrong. So now we've generated this random data set of candle rows, and I want to go through all of them and say for int I, let's just copy this because we've got it all right here. We want to generate center decoration spawn.x, spawn.y. No, that's just going to be 0, or what, base y, right? Are these guys incorporating what spawn center x minus 2? Yeah, that's got the base stuff all built into it, so that's good. Base y, spawn dot y is our z, and then spawn dot z is our rotation, and then spawn dot w is our type. And I'm gonna turn this off for now. And we are in fact calling this guy if it's the boss cell, right? Okay, so let's see what happens. Hopefully the universe does not implode. We've got a row of candles. I was hoping for the pillared candles, but they did spawn nonetheless. Not quite how I expected them to, but not terrible. Nothing blew up. I wanted candle pillar, which is 0. Once again, I'm going to close this so I can tell what the recent changes are. Decorator. Spawn. Decorate boss room. Here we go. These are not 2, they're 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And how come that worked? We got minus 2, minus 2, minus 2, plus 2, plus 2, plus 2, and then we've got... we don't have any of them at 0, huh? So this guy should be at 0. And this guy should be at 0. And then, yeah, 0, 2, 4, 6, 0, 2, 4, 6, okay. So, what is your favorite color? Did we come in properly? Did I only spawned, yeah, I did only spawn 4. And that's supposed to be our center point. And I went, yeah, I only went backwards. Okay, well, that was kind of silly, but, what direction? I can't tell by clicking on it. It's not how that works. We want to go to the last cell. Actually, it's not the last cell, is it? That's just a branch dead end. I don't know which one it is until I look at them all. Boss room, boss room. I only have to look once. 13. So you came in from the west. Very good. So I think it did rotate properly for me. Let's go ahead and add some more. And I don't like how I've set these up. How can we do that better? Minus and plus. Let's put you guys together. And you guys together. And you guys together. And then I'm going to do 2, 4, 6 again over here. 2, 2, 4, 4. Oh, oh. 6, 6. That should give me a nice row of candle pillars. Like so. Just kind of cool. We can do a throne and some drapes and maybe some water pits over here and broken tables and a boss. Now, one thing that I want to double check here is if I give it a random seed and I do a regen, take me to the boss. Where is the boss? Room. Where is the boss room? Here it is. This guy is facing west again. Not what I wanted. I want to look at a new direction. Make sure that it's working properly. Where are you at, bossy boss? How about I make a game object called boss that I can click on and go to rather than doing this over and over, because I'm already lost. Here we go. Aha, see, now this one did not do it properly. This guy spawned from the north. The direction was north. So everybody spawned minus 36. Oh no, that's the Y. The rotation is at 0. Even though... I came from the north, right? Is that not correct? We'll look for him again. Is dead end. Yeah, let's get a debug going for that. And we'll spawn an object to screw this. 17, direction north. Came from the north. Didn't rotate like I wanted it to, though. Anyway, let's do a game object go equals new game object, and I'm just gonna call it, you know, boss room here, and go.transform.position equals new vector 3 of base x, base y, base z, all the base. And I would also like to debug what number that is, just in case I need to go and look. When he gets created, is boss room equals true, debug.log, boss room is number plus dungeon cells dot count, and that's going to be -1. And I think random probably turned back off because that was in runtime, so I'm going to go random seed, and it should spawn this for me to just click on and go straight to. Nope, that needs to be times 3 times 3 times 3. Where did that go? Base x times 3f, base y times 3f, base z times 3f. Of course, and we're looking at 3 minutes to 5. Sun has gone down. Clicking on my boss room, and there he is. And this time he has come from the east. But that's kind of expected. East and west have shown themselves to work. we should put something here just to test. Let's say want to spawn, you know what, pile of rocks just for now. 7. At, I'm gonna do, let's see, X is center X and Z is center Z plus 8. So this should be at the end of our row of candles. Like so. But again, this one has not rotated properly because it came in from the north. So interesting thing that is. Let's double check some more. This one came in from the west and the rock is at the end. This one came in from the east and the rock is not at the end. It's kind of like it's just not rotating at all, perhaps. Maybe I'm not feeding these back in and I need to. Yeah, thanks for chatting and stopping by anytime. I'm really enjoying this, so should be doing this for the foreseeable future. Tuesday to Friday currently. I might need to feed this back into want to spawns I equals spawn. Could be a thing since I'm saying new. I can get behind that theory. Boss room is here and it did not rotate properly. Alright, well, let's see, it's facing Z plus. Is it just always facing Z plus? This guy's facing Z plus. Oh, and he came down from above, supposedly, but I forbade that. Interesting. Well, that's a problem. Boss room capable of finishing on a down room. Boss room declarations not rotating properly, and like I said, we might have better luck just, well, this is a terrible layout to test my theory in, but let's go say we do, oh, it did it again for us. It's nice. Regenerate. So say that we create, for example, a game object, put it down here, and I want to move it to actually be, who's in the middle? I think the guy right here is considered the middle tile. So he's at 90, 270. Where'd my game object go? Who knows? Yeah. Let's say I make a new one. I bring him out here. He's right at the center. Now let's say this is gonna get ugly. How to do this? Got everything just kind of clumped up. Yeah, I don't want to do that. This is where we open up a second hierarchy. And we drag this guy off of there. Go and find these candle pillars and the rock. And we drag all of them onto this guy. Now, if I am to rotate this guy, for example, not perfect, but this might be a much easier solution for what I'm trying to achieve. So I think I will look into that method instead. The center point, yeah, and we can just offset it by half of a point if we need to. So I don't like this stuff. It's confused the crap out of me. Change to childing everything to apparent and rotating. Or, really we can just rotate around the center. That's really all that we need to do. Yeah. None of this stuff. So yeah, we don't need the want to spawn. We need to spawn, and then maybe we can make a boss room. Add a boss room specific rotation. So like when we call this, we can have a second rotate around sort of object that we pass it maybe, or we can do a boss room specific method. A few different ways to do that. We will figure it out either way. Coming along nicely. Might want to take some pictures to post on Steam. People are going to start getting worried. What's Malker doing? Haven't had a patch in 3 days. But yeah, I am pooped. It's Friday. Another 8-hour day in the bag. Staring at code and game objects. It's pitch black outside. Gonna start getting cold. I'm gonna go start getting warm. Thanks for everybody that was watching and chatting. Please leave a Twitch follow if you can. And I will be back probably tomorrow, to be honest. It's going to be Saturday here, but my wife's working and I'm enjoying this. Probably not 8 hours, but I do enjoy very much dungeon generation stuff like this, so I'll probably show up for maybe 4 hours in the PM or something like that. If not, I'll be back on Tuesday for another week of live development. Hope you're staying